today. We want to say welcome to the Dennis Year Effect podcast, where business leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionary share the blueprints and they break through. I'm your host, James Dennis here. And every week we dive in with different business owners to have the conversation about business. And really, this is your front row to the playbook. So let's get into it.
Okay, let's go.
Today we have the one and only, and I'll just let everybody introduce themselves because the young lady I have here, I don't want to mention her name because she should be here more often. And when the camera roll onto her, some of you probably see that face is very, very familiar. But yeah, I'll let her introduce herself, and then we're gonna introduce our special guest. So, young lady, please introduce yourself. Who are you? What is your background? Where you come from?
Who am I?
You're a child of God.
I am a child of God,
There you
first
go.
and foremost. But my
Amen.
name is Shirley Chisholm Campbell, PA. I am a licensed realtor here in Central Florida. And I am happy to be here today.
Well, great to have you. And we're gonna be dissecting in the process of buying a home in Florida. And also we're gonna be learning about the mortgage side as well. So I'm gonna let you introduce yourself real quick.
Nice to meet you, and nice to be with you again.
Yes.
Shirley and I go way back.
Yes.
I'm Felix Mercado. I'm a mortgage loan officer with Lighthouse Mortgage Solutions, which is the in-house mortgage lender for LaRosa Realty. But we service buyers from Florida and Georgia because I'm licensed in Florida, Georgia, Texas, California, New York, and a few other New Jersey, a few other states. But Lighthouse is licensed in Florida and Georgia, so we service home buyers in both states.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, let's continue with you. How long have you been in your field, and how did you get started on being a loan officer?
So, good question. So I want to say I've been in this for about 5 years
Okay.
successfully. I'm dual licensed, so I'm a real estate broker associate with LaRosa, which is the same brokerage that fabulous Miss Shirley is with. And so I had a real estate referral business across the country. And so that's your customer calling. So I had a large referral network. So I worked with buyers in California and all the different states, Ohio. So I had loan officers that I worked with in the different states
Mhm.
for those customers. And I really took to understanding the back end of mortgage lending, just trying to understand what it took for my buyers to get pre-approved.
Mm.
Because you get some loan officers that don't want to put in the work, and they just give you a flat no, or you're denied, or they're not going to do the loan. And then you get the others that really want to put in the effort
Mhm.
to see this through for you. And so I'm partnered with a loan officer that kind of took me under his wing, and he turned me into a hybrid real estate broker loan officer. And I learned a lot. So I would help him gather everything that was needed, would get the loan pushed through to underwriting and then through clear to close. So I understood all of those technical details. And then he would always put it in my ear, you should become a loan officer. You should become a loan officer.
Dropping the seeds along the way.
So I quietly did it. And then I got licensed in several states. And then I told him, I said, oh, by the way, I'm a licensed loan officer. And he was like, you're coming in-house, right? And I was like, no. I said, I want to work for you. And then he threw me a bunch of money in my own branch. And I was like, okay. I rolled over. And it was a great experience. And working in direct lending, which is retail, versus wholesale, which is being a mortgage broker, night and day. Better on the mortgage broker side because they call us the Cupid of mortgage lending,
Okay.
where a Cupid has his arrow
Arrow,
and he
yeah.
shoots. So for me as a mortgage broker, we have about 40 to 50 different lenders that we work with to choose which one is the right fit for our customer.
That's where the Cupid comes.
So it goes back to like what we were talking about earlier is, when it comes to down payment assistance program or what loan programs, we kind of figure out based on the customer scenario what works best for them.
That's pretty good. The fact that you have, you can work on both worlds, the real estate side and the lending side. And I didn't know how lazy or a loan officer could be until my parents was buying their first home, because we work with a couple of them. We work with this young lady. The first we worked with this guy, he was like very passive, like da da da. And then we start working with this other lady. She was the sweetest thing. She was more helpful. This, following up. Very, very nice. So good thing you bring that up, because some loan officer, they just want to like, oh, easy. I'll give you this and make sure you go see the house, and then we get the pre-approval.
Yeah, if
So
it's too difficult for them, if they look at the scenario and like, oh, this is going to be too much work.
mhm.
I just want to focus on the low hanging fruit versus the high hanging fruit. I like the high hanging fruit. I mean, I'm not going to say no to the low hanging,
Right.
but I like the high hanging fruit because those are the customers that you can match their energy. They're
Mhm.
really serious about becoming a home buyer, and they're going
Mhm.
to do whatever it takes.
It's true.
Because then what you're doing is you're helping them build generational wealth.
That's right.
And that's the whole point. Keys in hand, done. And in Florida, different from other states, or title state, so you can be under contract with Shirley as your realtor and
That's right.
closed in under 30 days, or 30 less. That's
Mm.
huge
That
from
is
start to
huge.
finish. It moves quickly, but if you're working with the right team, it won't feel overwhelming. It'll just feel like, okay, stay on task. Let's do autopilot.
Yeah.
Let's just get it done.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
As a realtor,
Absolutely. You have to keep it moving and change as well. If you see that you need to go left instead of right, you go to left real quick to make it happen.
It's true.
exactly, without hair on fire.
Right.
But hair on fire
Yeah.
happens.
I say hair stays on fire, but yeah.
Well, Shirley, I mean, as just to, I guess, just to continue, just let us know, let the audience know, how did you actually get into real estate, and when did that happen, and why did you get into it?
Why did I get into real estate? Well, I own a multi-service company, and I
Yes.
do everything from startup businesses to taxes, immigration. And when I was starting up the businesses for my clients, they all needed real estate. So
Like ching ching ching.
it was more advantageous for me
Gotcha.
to be able to find the property, because I understood, because I created their business plan, to find the property exactly what they needed, and
Mm.
then go ahead and implement the changes as we go. So therefore, we built a relationship with the clients that they came to me for everything else. So when they wanted to purchase a home, they would come to me.
Mm.
So that's where my passion really began.
Really start. You kind of
Yeah.
integrate with what you was
already doing.
already doing. That's
Mhm.
pretty cool. How important would you say? And this is a question for the both of you. I know sometimes a real estate agent will just choose a loan officer out of the get go. They're just like, okay, let's just use this guy. Let's just use this lady, but they don't know them. How important is it for a real estate agent to have a relationship with the loan officer?
Very.
Very, very, very important.
Yeah.
Elaborate, please.
Go ahead, preach.
Case in point.
I knew something was coming.
Well, personality is
Mhm.
number one.
Yes.
Understanding what the person's personality, linking them with someone that has the same type. If they're too strict and that person is more laid back and calm, are just scared. You don't want to put them with someone that's going to be like, hey, send me my paperwork, send the paperwork, that's it. I need your W-2s, I need this, I need that. You need someone to kind of
Mm-hmm.
tone it down for them. If the person has a language barrier problem, you want to make sure that that person understands how, to be able to communicate with them.
That's a big one,
Yeah.
actually.
And it also falls in culture.
True.
You see, different cultures process things a different way. So you have to have a mortgage person that understands that if you're dealing with a family, you may have 5 people that's going to communicate with you
Yep.
for a family.
Or there's some cultures where you won't communicate with the wife, you communicate with the
With the
husband.
husband.
So, and vice versa.
Mhm.
So, or you have to look at who's the point of contact is.
Yeah.
But it's true, you're right. When it comes to what realtors have to understand is that your business is based on referral. So your home buyer probably was a referral from somebody that you helped or somebody that you knew. Sphere of influence. But then the other important detail is if you refer somebody to someone else and they do a terrible job, there goes your reputation.
Mhm.
There goes that trust. Like you just said,
Yeah.
it's a trust factor. So if I embarrass you, which I won't, and I haven't,
No, you haven't.
then it's going to be a problem for you because then you're going to get that call to like, okay, what did you do?
Right.
Why did you connect me with so and so? and then you have to then call me up and cuss me out.
Right. And it
Yeah.
happens. It
Yeah.
happens with some lenders. The client will come back to you and say, I just don't feel comfortable with them. Or
Mhm.
you find that they will not release their information to them. They'll come back to me, give me the information, then I
Mm.
have to send
To
it
give
over
it
to
to
the
them.
lender. So
And so,
there I
yeah,
know it's
and
a problem.
so for us on the mortgage lending side, we're like, don't do that, because if identity theft is a thing,
Mm-hmm.
but people, if they trust in Shirley, and I know from working with her, then it's like, okay, it's just understood, and then it's like she then hands me the baton,
Mm-hmm.
and then I take it and then I go with it. But we still keep in contact,
Right.
because the relationship that we have is far greater and more important, or equally as important as the relationship we have with the buyer, but ours will continue on with other customers. So if we're able to communicate and say, okay, well, I followed up with so-and-so and they haven't responded, can you kind of nudge them,
Nudge
Shirley? And she'll be like,
Mhm.
okay, I will nudge.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll nudge. And before you know it, they'll be right in between us. And
Yep.
we're just going to be passing them back and forth like a baton,
Baton.
just until we get everything we need. And it works, because then they feel like they have a team working behind them,
Absolutely.
and it puts things at ease.
Yeah. It does.
That's very important.
Yeah.
That's very important. And in your field, and this is a question for the both of you again. What is one of the most common mistake you see people make when it comes to the process, or one of the most misconception? Let's just say that when it comes to the home buying process. I'll start with you, Miss Shirley.
Well, we
I'm
were
like,
just
how long you
talking.
got?
I know.
How much time you got for that?
She's like, I got church. That's a profound question.
I'm like, okay, we got about 2 more hours.
Well, it's funny you asked that question, because one that really sticks in my mind right now is down payment.
Oh, please elaborate.
A lot of individuals have this misconception that they do not have to put anything down as a down payment for a home.
Interesting.
I don't know where they got it from.
Maybe they all
whoever they
VAs.
talk to at the shop down the block.
Yeah. But that's been the hardest thing. And having a lender such as Felix that understands that there's different entities involved in
Mhm.
different things that need to be done prior to them being qualified for a lesser down payment, being able to explain that to the client
Mm-hmm.
is very important, because you can go through a whole buying process from A through maybe
Why?
Y,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and then the client turns around and say, I don't have any money.
And then if you spent time, if they say, oh yeah, I'm pre-approved, but then they're really pre-qualified,
Right.
and then
Mhm.
you done ran around, showed them properties, and then you come to find out they ain't none of the above.
Mm.
And then, because here in Florida, like other states,
Mhm.
you have your earnest money deposit, which is your $1,000 deposit minimum, and that's good faith money. That's so that this way, when Shirley negotiates a contract for you, and the seller can say, okay, this is how much money you, the borrower, have to lose if you don't meet your milestones,
Right.
if you don't meet this agreement.
Mm-hmm.
So that's money you're putting up for grabs.
It's true.
If you are 100% financing with down payment assistance, you could potentially get that $1,000 back at closing if we get seller paid closing costs, which Shirley has negotiated. She's done a really great job with, so, but that money that you have to initially give up, which is part of what you're saying about the down payment, people think, oh, I can just, put in an offer on a house and have no responsibility. No. And so, but we do have programs
Mm-hmm.
that offer down payment assistance, minimum 600 FICO score, but they do have requirements.
Gotcha.
No late payments on credit cards or any credit within the past 12 months, no bankruptcies within a year, and so we have that criteria that the customer has to meet. So yeah, it's possible to buy a house with no down payment and get your earnest money deposit back at closing if you got enough closing costs from the seller, from your realtor negotiating that. But like Shirley said, you have to meet certain requirements. So the relationship, going back to your initial question, that the realtor has with the loan officer is important, because then she can call me and be like, okay, can
Here's
you
the
tell me
situation. Mm-hmm.
what's the situation? I'm looking at the pre-approval. Are they going to need closing costs? Yes. Are they, is there down payment assistance, which she does not have to write into the contract. It's just important for her to know. And there are different programs that offer different timelines to get that down payment assistance. Like if it's a grant, or if
Right.
it's money from
Hometown.
then they require a longer period to close versus a lender, community nonprofit gift from a lender. It's all contained. So
Got
they
it.
have different programs to fit the customer needs.
Gotcha. So the down payment assistance program,
Huge.
it's huge, but is it subsidized by the government, or it could be from?
No. So yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of people think so the government really doesn't get involved unless it's like your VA loan
Okay.
or your USDA, FHA, which requires VA and USDA though are your no money down, like 100% financing,
Mhm.
correction. But you would still need your earnest money
Right.
deposit. So your no money down is not really no money down. FHA is 3.5% down, so it's 3.5% of the purchase price. That would be your down payment. But then we have programs for down payment assistance that would be in the form of a second lien
Mhm.
or a gift from the lender that can be repayable or
Oh.
non-repayable, and then it turns into 100% financing, meaning that your down payment is your down payment assistance,
Mhm.
and then you have the principal that you're going to be financing, which is that
Right.
difference, 96.5% versus 3.5%.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like two loans in one. And they have their requirements. So some don't require a second mortgage payment, a second lien payment.
Mhm.
Others do. If it's lender paid compensation versus borrower paid, so it can be very technical. But on the lending side, once we collect all the credit, income, and asset data
Mhm.
to verify, I do a pre-underwrite, which is different from other lenders. Then I can determine what down payment program best fits their customer profile, their scenario,
Mhm.
because of the payment,
Right.
and the DTI, debt to income
Absolutely.
ratio.
Yeah. And see, this is information that's needed.
Of
And
course.
if you can't explain that to that customer, they're lost.
It's true.
You
Now,
know,
what you mentioned a second lien? Does that mean?
It sounds scarier than it is.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's just a second mortgage.
It's a second mortgage.
So it's technical
for
talk.
that
Sorry.
3.5 for that 3.5.
Yeah, it's a 3.5%.
So, what when closing, does it like become one, or you
Oh no,
just?
it's so you got a closing disclosure. You get your ICD when it's time to because we have trade guidelines, which is government guidelines that says, okay, once we lock your rate,
Mhm.
then we have 3 days cooling off period for the customer to get their what we call ICD, but it's kind of a loan estimate.
Mhm.
And they can look at their rate and they can look at the numbers and they can shop with other lenders. And then after that 3-day window, if they still want to work with you, which hopefully they will, then you can close any day after that. What happens during that 3-day window is that we are now balancing with the title company because we're a title state.
Mhm.
So what we're doing is we're going back and forth and saying, these are our numbers. And they're telling us, these are our numbers.
Mhm.
And in that number is the loan amount with the down payment assistance. And then any money that the seller is giving for closing
Closing.
costs.
Mhm.
And then they're adjusting it. They're placing that money to cover different fees and expenses. And then it comes down to what we call your cash to close. Your cash to close would be either a credit, due you. I just had a customer that down payment assistance, she did $1,000 deposit and she got 6% seller concessions, which is 6% of the purchase price. And she walked away with $2,000 in her pocket at closing. So she bought a house for near nothing.
that's
So
lovely.
she
That's
paid
pretty
for her
cool.
home inspection. She paid for her appraisal.
Mhm.
That'd be about $700-800. But then with the 2,000 and change that she got her money back and then some.
Wow.
So and that to me is the win. But during that balancing process that we're going with the title company, we're figuring out what those final dollars and cents are going to be and how much you might have to bring to the closing table versus how much you are going to get a
Get
credit
back.
for.
Yeah.
Okay, so the credit or debit, pretty
Yeah,
much. At the end.
exactly.
That's pretty cool. Now, say another question to the both of you,
Mhm.
and you're gonna have to go to your memory lane here, without mentioning any name.
Uh-oh.
What was one of the most challenging?
Well, I'll tell you a name. I ain't got no secrets. I don't lie.
John Smith. I hope you're watching this now.
You know who you are.
You know.
You know who you are.
You all know who you are.
What has been? Tell us the story here. Peel back the layers for us. One of the most challenging clients you work with, the one that got you to pull your hair out.
Again, how much time you got? Because you asking some questions every time.
It's funny because I call the loan process when you're buying a home
Mhm.
I make them aware that this will be hell month.
Mm.
Anything that can happen can possibly happen. Be prepared. I do. I tell
That
every
sounds
client,
scary.
I love. It's not going to be smooth.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's not. But
Buckle
so,
up.
yeah,
Buckle
buckle
up.
up. So let's see. I have a few. Remember, I do all their other paperwork. Well,
You know.
so I'm dealing with everything. I'm dealing with the
Everything.
taxes. I'm
Front,
dealing
back,
with
and center.
everything.
She knows
So
things.
The
and
yeah,
things,
so
yes.
it's
and all
like
the things.
yes. So well, I could say one that was challenging, but it was passionate for me.
Okay.
This was a young lady, her first home.
Okay.
She was almost 80 years old,
Oh,
Oh
bless.
wow.
and her husband was 89.
What changed? How did that happen?
Wow. So almost
And
80 years old,
yes,
husband 89,
89.
first home.
First home.
30-year
Wow.
fix?
Husband had home before, but this was her first time.
Gotcha.
Wait, was it a 30-year fix?
Yes.
Good for her.
Yes. And she wanted to be in the retirement village of Solavita.
Okay.
That was her dream.
So that 55 plus?
And yes.
Mm.
And I remember the tears.
Mm.
I remember the husband when he would come back in and say, I want this house.
Mm.
It just the passion, that
Yeah.
that I didn't know I was that emotional, but to watch him
You know your
say,
eyes glazing right now, right?
oh my
You know-
gosh, it was just,
I
it was
can
the
feel
most,
the emotion, by
it was
the
the
way.
most beautiful thing to
Wow.
see him. He said, I'm going to play my records that I used to play in that room right there.
Wow.
And the excitement that she had and the hugs that she gave me when they actually closed. But during the process,
Difficult.
I'm not a drinker, but I wanted to drink.
Wow. I'll drink for you.
But we made it happen.
I'll sip it and I'll guzzle it.
Yeah.
I'll do all of it. Because sometimes you wonder, like, why am I doing
You
this
know,
again? Oh, let me
yeah.
pour a little bit more.
I know.
And
I
then you'll
know.
be happy.
Yeah. But it made me continue. It made me feel good about what I
Hey,
was
you do drink.
doing.
You sip from the cup at church? Just take a little bit. Just take a gulp next time.
Yes.
Just take a cup. You're like, no.
Give me another one.
Give me that. Just hit me a little bit more.
But yes, it's that.
I'm sure it was a challenge because when you're working with an 80-some-odd-year-old person, they're not, they might be technologically challenged,
Mhm.
and then there's the understanding and the explaining. So it takes a lot of patience and it can be trying.
Yes, and that was one I will never forget for the rest of my
Wow.
life, and I would say that was the most rewarding. All of them are rewarding,
Yes,
but that
but this
was
one, I
definitely
mean, 80
rewarding.
years old.
So
Mhm.
she had worked her whole life.
Good for
and
her.
He was retired military. He
Oh.
had a home before, but they married and
Mhm.
and so forth. And just to see him say, "I like this." He never talked. He was really quiet. He was like Kenny. Don't say it too much. And then
Hey,
all of a
Kenny.
sudden, he says, "I like this.
Wow.
I guess that's going to be my room where I do my music." And then
Wow.
he started telling me about all his jazz
That's
records.
the blessing.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the blessing.
Yeah.
That's
And
pretty cool, man. 89 years old for
89,
him
89.
and almost 80 for his wife.
Yes.
Can
I
you
got one
imagine?
better than that. Older. I mean,
Oh,
so
oh.
wait, so like
Yes,
in an
of
earlier
course.
conversation, I used to work in television,
Mhm.
and one of the news anchors that I worked with, we became like family. And I'll say her name, Diane Thompson Stansio, because I'll send her this video and she'll probably.
Why'd you mention my
So
name?
yeah, so they live in New Jersey.
Okay.
And I think Ken, may he rest in peace. They were renting at the time, and their lease was coming up,
Mhm.
and their rent was gonna be something astronomical. And so I said, you guys should really think about buying something. And so I helped them. We found a realtor, helped them buy their house, beautiful townhome, and he was buying this so that this way they were buying it together so that she had something. It was
Yeah.
hers,
Mm.
because he was, I want to say, and she's going to get mad at me. I'm looking at the camera.
Mhm.
But I think he was in his late 80s, early 90s.
Oh wow.
So he was older.
Yes.
And she's young. She's a woman with a fabulous age. And so he was buying this because he wanted her to have her home.
Yeah.
And he wanted it to be hers, so that this way, if something should happen, but if he were to go to glory, she's well taken care of.
Yeah.
And recently he did. He passed away last year. I want to say February, March. No, this year. I'm sorry, this year. And she did an amazing thing on CBS Sunday morning. They had a segment on Earth. I don't know if you guys heard of it, but it's a more humane way of burying your family, and so they turn you into compost, and it's a beautiful thing. So I saw the video, I saw the segment, I sent it to her because we've maintained contact. We're like family all through the years, and then she shared it with him, and he said, "Yeah, if I pass, I don't want to be put in a box on the ground and have people attending my funeral and eating ham after, at the funeral or whatever." She's like, "I don't want that." He's like, "I just want something that's, and those are his words. She can attest to it. And Earth is a new technique, is a new product, and a new company. And so when he passed, she had set him up, and they flew him. He was a veteran.
Yeah.
And they flew him over to the West Coast, and the process, and then she got her stuff back, and she had this plant, and he hated this plant. It was like this. It was this like palm tree, and it was wilting, and he was like, "Throw it away, get out of here." And so she put some of the compost in it, and the thing is thriving.
No.
It is the most beautiful. She said he hated that thing, but he's giving it life.
Wow.
And she said, now I have him with me every day.
I'm going
in
to
her
somebody's
beautiful
plant.
home.
You're going to somebody.
Yeah. And so for me, we have our trying customers, but when you have that, that story that touches you.
Yeah.
And she's been getting a lot of press because Earth now it's been passed in New Jersey and a couple of other states, and it's gaining traction. And she was one of the first. So they've been having, and she's a former news anchor, so she does really well on camera. And she's beautiful, but she's able to talk and share her story. And so, and a lot of the interviews are happening from her home that I helped her buy, that they bought together.
Interesting.
And so, those are the things that you're like, you know what, this is why we do what we do.
Absolutely.
And then she told me just before he passed, that he was happy she had me. And that goes back to like what you were saying. You become family.
Yes.
It's
so more than just a transaction.
Yeah, exactly. And that to me is the connection and the reason why we do what we do.
Absolutely.
Because it's going to be hell month.
Oh yeah.
But at the end of it all, you got keys in your hand, and you're going to be sending me that picture of you in front of your house.
Oh yeah.
In front of your Christmas tree.
You know how many dinners I get
menorah,
invited
whatever.
to?
All of those things. Exactly. Housewarmings, birthdays.
Oh, yeah.
Because if one of the people that I used to work with in television, I was attending his birthday. He said something that was really important, and I didn't get it until years later. He said, "We all need a rabbi," and he's not Jewish, but in the Jewish community, the rabbi is that one person, that believes in you more than you believe in yourself. It's going to tell you, stay the course, don't give up, just stay the course. Which is what you're saying that we do. Is like, no, just be on autopilot. Just give them what they ask for. All you're doing is giving you information. They're not taking your firstborn. Just stay the course. And at the end of it, then they're hugging you and they're kissing you and saying, thank you, because you helped me achieve this goal.
Yeah.
That's what fills my cup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That is pretty.
I'm going to be the rabbi.
Yeah. Oh, you are. You are.
That is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And I like the story you share about the plants.
I like
I think, I mean, as you're saying that, I feel like I saw something like that on YouTube.
I'll send you the link.
Yeah, please do. Because I would like to look into it. Yeah. And you say you want to be
somebody's plant.
Somebody's plant.
That's it. Yeah, just spread me around, because don't put me in a box. Don't put me into the ground.
You don't want to be in a box
at my funeral. No, don't do any of those things. Just I want to be with nature. I want to be in the ocean.
So you're not burnt if you compost. How do you?
Oh no, it's. I'll send you the information. It's beautiful. They put you in this pod looking thing, and you have other. So you have soil, you have flowers, you have things that, and then it's literally.
So you'd literally become a plant.
Yeah, it's like composting. Yeah.
Back in my
And-
country, we said that's some voodoo stuff.
No. It's beautiful. And then the thing is that, and he was African American,
Huh.
beautiful color.
Mhm.
And the compost came, the color of the palm of his hand. She said it was the most. She's like, I could not believe it. It was
Send me
just, it
that
was
link, too.
beautiful. Yeah. And Diana, I mean, I'll send you guys some.
Yeah.
And she just. And so when she opened up, she saw that. She was like, and that's what one of the most beautiful parts about him is complexion.
Yeah.
And so she asked the woman from Earth. She was like, does the compost turn color based on the skin color of the person? And of course they were like politically correct. We don't know. It just kind of happens that way. She's like, the colors that y'all show for the little white ones are not the beautiful cocoa.
There's a difference here.
Yeah, so there's a difference. But I understand you can't quite tell me that. But so for her, and so for me, it's always something bigger. What we do is bigger than us.
It is.
And that's what motivates me. Every day I'm like, why am I doing this again? But then
you remember
I'm
that?
like, oh yeah.
Yes. You remember that. Plus you take a sip. Then you're like,
because when I'm standing at that gate, I'm like, let me in.
Let me in.
When it's my time to go, I'm like, just let me in.
Let me in.
All of that. Just let me in. I
don't want no trouble.
I brought the wine.
It's a stressful job, though. I mean, when I look at it, I mean, I've watched mortgage originators, mortgage lenders, the stress that they go through, just trying to help a family. I mean, I've gone through with my lenders strokes, heart attacks. Not saying it's going to ever happen, but the stress level is so strong that they put themselves behind to make sure everything is okay for that client, especially if that client's crying to you and saying, I have nowhere to go. I have to close on this house. This is all I got.
That could be heavy.
It's hard not to take it personal.
Yeah.
And not want it for them.
So I commend you and I respect
likewise.
you for the work that you do.
You guys gonna make me cry. That's gonna be the first podcast episode.
But I always feel like I'm a moving target. But I'm like, I'll take the incoming because a lot of stuff happens behind the scenes that sometimes a customer doesn't even know.
It's true, and I mean, it's not their job to know. You know, we sign up for this as professionals. There is a threshold, certain information they don't need to know,
right?
Because we don't want to stress our buyers as well.
Right.
But when you're listening to the stories, the more you get involved in a sector of service, the more significant, the more of a family you become with the client.
Absolutely.
So I mean, props to you guys for sure for being in, doing this for years. Now, my next question for you is, I'll start with you. Someone is watching this right now and they say, you know what, I'm watching and yes, I'm interested in buying a house. What are some of the things they need to have ready before they reach out to you?
They need to have ready first the mindset that they really want to buy.
Hallelujah. Can you say it again?
Really want to buy.
Yes.
Once they determine that's what they want to do, we need to get your paperwork together. We need to get your documents that you filed for taxes the last 2 years. If you have not filed for taxes, I am a tax preparer. I will do them for you.
By the way.
Okay, we get that income together. Give me the names of your employers. Give me anybody else that can go on that loan with you, and I will submit that information to our lender, Felix. Then after that, we're going to determine where do we want to live. What do you want? Do you want a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom?
Oh, so you have the paperwork before you talk about it.
Because I need to make sure that they don't. What I hate, and other realtors may work differently, but what I hate to see is a person's excitement level go so high.
And then turn around
they
disappointed.
pick the house out, they pick the neighborhood,
Which is wrong.
and then realize, wow, I can't afford that $1 million home.
Working on $10 an hour.
Yeah.
So
unless we're talking about 2006, 2007.
Right.
Even then.
Even then, you know, it was hard. So
about like 1991.
91. I mean, my first house was $50,000. We're not going to see that right now. And that was back
2
in
years ago.
2 years ago, yes. Like, no, don't be asking. That was 2020.
We'll keep some things to ourselves.
But some people do go in there with that mindset that the home's going to cost about 50,000, 100,000.
Hmm.
And then when they pick out the house that they like, that house may cost 600,000. And then explaining it to them. No, that why that house is not 600,000. Well, I want it anyway. Okay, no, let's go back to the lender. Let's go talk to Felix,
Hmm.
and Felix will explain to you, which he explains very well, on what you qualify for and what you need.
Felix looked like the type of loan officer. When you send that client back to Felix, you're like, "What did I tell you?"
What did Shirley tell you that is different from what
From what I told you.
Because Shirley and I, we simpatico.
Yes. That
No, no,
but
it's
it's
true.
true. It is true. So that would be the main thing.
Okay.
Make sure that you want it.
Hmm.
You understand what you want. Some place people come in and say, "Hey, I want a house,"
Hmm.
but do you want to rent or do you want to own?
True.
Do you want to invest in property, or do you want a second home? Do you want a
It
vacation?
could mean so many things.
So many different things. So breaking it down. So I become a teacher, and I have to break it down from in the beginning
Hmm.
and send them on to the lender.
Yeah, yeah, because it does come down to it's like we said, it's passing the
It's passing the
baton.
Hmm.
So for us on the lending side, it comes down to the customer scenario. But the first thing that I always do is verify credit, income, and assets. We call it the CIA, not the government agency, but kind of like it, because
Gotcha.
we gotta check everything
Yep.
to make sure you are who you are, that you have the credit needed to qualify.
You
have
do
the money to
everything
pay
except
for it.
have the government title.
Exactly. So we gotta make sure we got all that. But for us, it's about, it starts with, when it comes to your credit, making sure that, and there are ways that I find out the customer's mortgage FICO, which is different from your credit FICO. Your credit FICO is what you see when you go on to your Capital One and they give you Credit Wise, or your Barclays card and they give you it's your credit based on your credit cards, your card payment, that sort of stuff. Is a different scoring model than the FICO for mortgage. The FICO for mortgage is more conservative. And it updates about once a month, but they look at the longevity. They look at how long you maintain good credit. And then also they, of course, look at your utilization and that sort of thing. But whenever I talk to a customer, I'm like, tell me your credit FICO so I can see where you are on the spectrum. So the spectrum meaning from poor to great. So it's like a scale that bounces back and forth.
Gotcha.
And your credit FICO fluctuates. It'll go up and it'll go down based on your utilization. That's when you see your score drop 20 points, but it just went up 100 points, but then it just dropped 50 points. That's your credit FICO. The mortgage is this. So I get there. I start by asking them about their credit. Have you had any late payments in the past 12 months? Have you claimed bankruptcy recently? What's your credit FICO? So I can see where you're on the spectrum. And then I move on to income. Do you have a W-2 job or a 1099 job? I won't need your tax returns if you're a W-2 job, but I will need your tax returns if you are 1099, self-employed, independent contractor. And then have you worked with your current employer, for 2 years or less or more? And then, because we have to patch together 2 years of employment, and we have to have patched together 2 years of residency, like where you've lived. And then once we get the income part, are you hourly? Are you salary? Do you get bonuses? Do you get overtime? Then we can move on to your assets, which is the money you need in order to buy that home. If you're going to need down payment assistance. So one of the questions I always ask people is, okay, if we're ready to buy the house tomorrow, how much do you have saved to purchase your home? Less than 1,000, less than 5,000, more than 10,000. Because I'm asking someone to get financially naked in front of me that's never met me or spoken to me. And it's a lot of people in some cultures, they don't talk about money.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't like to talk about money, but I talk about it for a living. So and then giving them that option, then they're like, I get most often, oh, I don't have very much. Look, I tell them, listen, I'm not here to judge you. I'm just trying to figure out how I can help you. Because then if you tell me you got $2 in the bank, I'm going to say, okay.
Time out.
Shirley, what did you do? Who did you connect with?
Pump the brakes.
So that could be another conversation. But then I'm like, because I'm trying to determine if you need down payment assistance. And then also if Shirley's going to have to negotiate seller paid closing costs for you. So that this way you can be one of them people that are getting a credit back at closing because to get back your earnest money deposit and whatever potentially is left over that you came out of pocket for. So once we do the CIA, credit, income, and assets, then I'm able to pull credit, and then I can get Shirley what she needs is the pre-approval. That determines how much the customer qualifies for, and then she can have that conversation. Going back to your question earlier, oh, so you need the paperwork first before you can go out home shopping? Yes. Because that pre-approval determines where she can go with you.
And what she can see with you.
Yeah, because if you get pre-approval for $125,000 and it's FHA, Shirley's gonna be like,
Yeah,
we need co-bar because the 1991 buying a house for $50,000 does not exist.
No,
so it's literally about what can we do and to find a way to make it happen for a customer, but also keeping it realistic.
Right, and that's the goal, is to make it happen for the customer. As we're sitting here communicating regarding, I think back to the first house I bought. I'll never forget Miss Ethel Urbina.
Oh,
I did not. That was an amazing woman. I didn't realize it at the time. I knew nothing about what I was doing.
She was a real estate agent.
She was a real estate agent.
Was it scary?
It was. She didn't make it scary.
No, for you, like initially as a first home buyer, you're like,
yes, it was. It was
stranger.
Scary.
I have to give money to these people that I don't know.
But you know what she did? She helped with every aspect of what I needed. Credits. She helped me work on that. She helped me work on the funding. She helped me work on the paperwork. And that's what I use today.
Yeah, does that sound familiar?
Sound like the lady sitting to my right?
Like
this one,
did the lady duplicate herself?
She inspired.
Right?
She inspired greatness.
Yes.
And I thought that's what we all supposed to do.
But
then after years, I realized not every realtor does the same.
That's true.
Which goes back to like what you were saying, that there are, I wouldn't quite call them lazy. I just call them special. Because if they don't want to put in the effort, it's kind of like, okay, well then karma. What you don't do for the blessing of somebody else, it's gonna come back to you.
That is so true.
That's true.
I believe on that. I really believe on that. Now tell me a little bit, because just because someone start working with you, they start going through the process, to see homes, unless they're at the closing table, they receive that key. Nothing is guaranteed, right?
Correct.
So tell me about a time.
How many times? I mean, Friday. Tell me about what happened in the past week.
So tell me about a time, right? And I'll frame the question a little bit better. So tell me about a time when you have a certain client where you was at the closing table and things nearly go south.
Friday.
Well,
she doesn't tell me about this,
right?
So,
she's like, let me fix myself.
We're at the closing table and we're waiting on that wire transfer.
Oh, okay.
This gentleman's from Puerto Rico. His mom is in Puerto Rico.
Hey, Bad Bunny.
Okay.
Super Bowl.
And he sends his mother his money. He's self-employed. He sends it to Puerto Rico to his mom. So they're sending the paperwork to mom to sign for the wire transfer. Mom doesn't understand how to fill out this paperwork. So she does it about 2 or 3 times. And Chase puts a alert. Fraud alert
God.
on the table. So he's ready. He's closing and he's waiting on his documents. So
and you can't close without that wire
without that wire
transfer.
transfer.
That's the difference of your deposit.
Yes.
Your cash to close.
So what do? He sends a ticket for his mom in Puerto Rico to come here.
Wow.
On Monday so he can close.
Wow.
So she got to see the new house.
Right?
But can you imagine? You're there at the closing table. Your whole family is there waiting for you to close.
It's about to celebrate.
You're gonna get your keys, and we got a fraud alert, sir.
Thank goodness there was no hurricane.
Oh my
Thank
God.
goodness the plane was on time. All those things.
Oh my God.
So that's just one of the things that
I'm pretty sure you have.
millions of stories on that closing day, and that one partner says, here's a good one. The wife says, can I keep this house if we divorce?
At
Which is
the
not
closing
the
table?
conversation you want to be having, because that
At
gives
the
you
closing
a
table.
bird's eye view into what's happening at home.
I'm like,
Holy
I sat there, just when you just
Stunned.
dumbfounded, where I don't even think I had my Cat Williams expression that day. I just sat there like, just there, just looking like.
Was she
really?
joking or was a serious question?
She was
No,
serious.
it's about being. I hear that question asked a lot.
And you sit there and you're like, why?
Wow.
And you know what I end up saying? I don't know where it came from. Well, I know where it came from, but I couldn't believe it came from me.
Uh-oh, what you saying?
Right?
I looked at her and I said, let us pray.
Oh, pray on
Let's pray.
And she's putting the pen in the woman's hand. She's saying that's on a damn paper.
Because I
asking
didn't
questions.
know, where did it come from?
Oh my
These
God.
people were happy. They were laughing. They were having a good time. And boom,
She just
came. And I just said,
Let's
let us
pray.
Well, no,
pray.
technically you own 50% because we're.
I couldn't even. I couldn't
yeah.
think.
Oh
to
yeah, because
explain.
she threw you off. She threw you off. That's
So-
kind of
See?
embarrassing.
Yeah.
You know,
So
that's the best example when someone says, when you don't know what to do, just call in Jesus' name. So at that moment, you don't know what to do.
I
You
didn't
call
know
in
what
Jesus.
to do.
Did
And
you close?
The man, yeah, we closed.
Okay.
But the guy had this deer in the headlight. Like,
Even though he probably was thinking, why are you saying that
Did
out
you
loud? That's
just
the
really say
inside
that?
stuff we're supposed to be talking about at home
Yeah.
and in the
Right?
car. Why are you letting Shirley know about that stuff?
so then after, the conversation after, he said, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead, and if anything happens, I'm gonna let her have this house, and I'm gonna buy another one.
Wow.
So
That
was
me
like,
as a man, I mean, I would be thinking. I
don't think I would be able to finish signing.
Oh
the
my
paperwork,
God.
But they finished signing.
No, but if
and
they married, then
yeah, she was gonna get it anyway.
Mhm.
But you just brought
Well,
back a
at that
memory.
point, you got to be careful because if 1 month's reneged, then they can get sued by the seller, and it's like a whole lot of stuff that's unnecessary.
Yeah.
But the closing table can bring out a lot of truth.
Mm.
Yeah.
But it's true when you're not clear until you get the clear to close. Those 3 words,
Clear to close.
CTC, those 3 letters is hugely important. Because what most people think that, I got the house, I'm under contract, I can give my notice to give up my apartment.
Nope.
Don't do that.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
They don't understand when you get the contract that's not the close.
Yeah.
Or some of them don't realize that when you put in a contract, that's a legal binding entity, and that you've just agreed to purchase this property. So you come back maybe 3 weeks later and said, am I buying that house?
Like, wait, you just paid for inspection. You don't pay for the appraisal. You just like giving people your money and wasting other people's time. What
Right?
question is that?
But
Or they send you a listing. I like to see this house. No, the hell you're not. You was under contract.
He was on the contract. But I take that all to say is that they become all of our family, and our job is to make sure we educate them and to get them through the most beautiful time of their entire lives.
Amen to
buying
that.
their first home.
That's
the
true.
biggest purchase of their life.
Yes,
Yeah.
the biggest purchase. Absolutely.
That's really that's
part of it.
That's so true, man. You are forever be part of that.
Yeah.
In 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, they decide to pass this house down to generation for the rest of man, that's pretty cool. Now, we talk about document that's needed. We talk about processing, going to the closing. Now, after closing, what do you guys do? What can your client expect from you? So now you had the closing table and the title company. They didn't ask no funny question about divorce. They sign.
Or maybe you did. They did, and you just ignored it.
You just ignored it. Sign here.
Yeah.
Feed him my aki.
Stop asking questions.
Sign.
That's when
No.
you see that language.
After closing, and I have a part to say after closing as well, pertaining to Realtor's Choice. But after closing, what happened? What do you guys typically do with your clients? How does that relationship maintain?
Pop a
Um,
bottle.
Pop the bottle.
One of my clients brought me a bottle.
They-
We're supposed to be.
For the one that don't drink.
Right?
You
And
brought
I
me a
didn't get the bottle. She
You
didn't.
brought me a
You didn't.
bottle.
She didn't re-gift it. It's okay.
Yes, I did.
Surely.
No.
See, now I know what to have the next podcast we have.
Next podcast.
A little cocktail.
Oh yeah.
A little cocktail.
Yes.
But
But let me see. What do we do? Well, I'm assisting my buyers with their housewarming party. So
that's
I
sweet.
do things like that. I still help them with any questions that they have. I make sure they understand about their homestead exemptions, how they can save $25,000 after they purchase. I link them with individuals such as yourself. We'll talk about that later.
hallelujah. You need me after closing. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I try to be there just as I was in the beginning, there in the end. And I'm invited, like I said, to birthdays and
And that's when you know you
housewarmings.
do a good job.
Yeah.
I still have clients that's inviting me to graduations,
Mhm.
different things. So
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. How about you on your side after closing?
So it doesn't end after closing, and it shouldn't.
Mhm.
But then you've invested a lot of time, effort, and energy into this relationship, however long it's taken for you to get from introduction to close,
Mhm.
and then all that stuff in between. So a lot of my follow up is two-way with the customer reaching out to me, say, "Hey, Felix, I got this. What do you think?" And I'm like, "It's trash. It's spam. Throw it away."
Mhm.
I'm like, if it didn't come from us, if it didn't come from the title company,
Mhm.
it's not important
Mhm.
because you're going to get once you close on your mortgage, it becomes public information.
Mhm.
So you get a lot of people that are
Everybody
trying
and
to
their
scam.
mama.
Yeah. So it's like, so I tell them, listen, you get something in the mail, doesn't look right,
Mhm.
reach out to me. Just send me a text message with a photo, and I'll tell you if it's serious or not. But then also for me, especially in this interest rate environment, I tell them, okay, I'm going to give you a call after your sixth mortgage payment,
Uh-huh.
not after your 6 months of being a
Mm.
homeowner, because some people, their first mortgage payment doesn't start until 2 months,
2 months
after
after.
they
Mm.
close, depending on when they close. Like if they close in mid-month, then usually it's going to be 15 days for the
Mhm.
rest of that month, and then the next 30 days or 31 days, and then you'll start 2 months.
2 months.
Because you can't start a mortgage mid-month. It's got to be on the 1st or through the 10th. That's your window period.
Mm.
So then I tell them I'm going to reach out to them after their sixth payment so we could talk about potentially rate and term refinance. And what a rate and term refinance is you're purchasing your home again. You're refinancing it to get a lower interest rate to ultimately lower your mortgage payment.
You can do that
Because
after the sixth
after
payment?
the sixth payment. Yes,
Interesting.
because in the first year or two that you own your home, that's when you're paying the most interest.
Mhm.
So then it just gets reamortized. And so you're doing away with a lot of that interest. And you're cutting that down, and you see how much you can save when we give you an updated amortization schedule and all of that. But so there's many benefits to doing a rate and term. And most people say, "Oh, I can pull money out of my house." I'm like, no, that's not how it works. Because you need to build equity depending on how much your down payment is. So what I do is I make sure I follow up to try to figure out ways that I can help them, maximize every opportunity.
Mhm.
Because a lot of times, going back to your original question about lazy loan officers, you all exist, is that, they don't do the follow up, or they don't maintain the relationship with the realtor partner,
Mhm.
or it's just like a transaction. I'm like, this is not about the transaction. This is about the relationship.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that relationship is huge because then they build a rapport with you, and then they want to refer their cousin, their niece, their
Oh,
nephew,
yeah.
their grandmother,
Mhm.
and so on, their neighbor. They become your biggest cheerleader because you've been their biggest cheerleader. You were their
Mhm.
rabbi, in
Yeah.
that
The
sense.
rabbi.
Rabbi.
Like the
And that
term.
is so important. So for me, I try to maintain as much communication, and my cell phone, they have direct contact,
Yeah.
and I keep it the same way. It's not like all of a sudden you're going to, call the call center. No.
They
Reach
call
out
me
to
directly. Yes.
because
Directly.
I'm hands-on and I care.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Super. And you know that.
Yeah. of
Like
course.
you guys were calling me earlier today. I was on another call with a realtor and I didn't recognize the 917 number. I have a 917. I'm like, oh, it's probably spam. And you guys kept calling me because there was some. And then Shirley calls me. I said, hold on a second, I got to pick up. And I said, I answered for Shirley. And I said, what's up? And she was like, so I was like, oh, okay. And she said, they were trying to call you. I was like, oh, it was their number that was calling me. I said, oh, sorry. I got to apologize for ignoring their calls. But you were important, Shirley. Did I tell you that?
Well,
I will always pick up on my people.
You're definitely important.
That's pretty cool. That's very, very cool. After the closing, it's very important, of course, to keep the relationship, maintain the relationship, because a lot of referral come from there. Because when you get a referral, the trust is already there.
Mhm.
You already have the trust and the credibility. So I think it's extremely important. And when one thing we mentioned earlier about after closing, this is when we come in. We're working on really building a platform called Realtor's Choice. And Realtor's Choice is mortgage protection plan for the homeowner. So the mortgage protection plan is a type of life insurance that protect the homeowner. If one of the spouses, just say, pass away, the whole house get paid off. But through living benefits, if the person were to get sick with chronic illness, critical injury, and some sort of terminal illness, well, they can access up to 80% of that death benefits as an income replacement to pay the mortgage. So this is when Realtor's Choice will come in, where we will sit with the newly home buyer and introduce that to them, because a lot can happen in 30 years. A lot can happen in 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
Or 24 hours.
Or 24 hours.
Yeah.
I'm sitting with that was like 6-7 years ago. I'm sitting with a loan officer. At that time, my office was in Orlando, and we was talking. And I talked to him about the insurance plan, and we refer to it as a mortgage protection, but it's a life insurance that does all those things. And she says, he was a guy. He said, James, I wish I met you about 2 years ago. I'm like, why? He said, we closed in the house. Beautiful couple. Within like almost a year, the husband passed. Husband passed away. And wife is calling him because she could no longer afford the payments. And the house had
those stories.
Yeah.
And over 50% of homes that go to foreclosure in America is because one person gets sick, they can no longer maintain the mortgage.
It cuts in half.
It cuts in half.
Yeah.
So it makes sense for your client, for everybody if someone is 30 years old, for example, they have a house, $500,000. If they take a basic plan, mortgage protection with living benefits, maybe $80 a month, $50 a month.
Yeah, that's something you would do after you close.
After
it's
you
not
close.
part of your mortgage, but yeah, it makes sense.
And that whole $80 a month, for example, it protect you for the next 30 years, give you an income replacement of, let's just say, $500,000. Or if you pass away, at least the house get paid off, your kids are not homeless. And so it's extremely important, I believe, for every single person in America who purchase a home, they should have an insurance policy, at least with the amount of the term of the mortgage. And the worst case scenario, you still have the home. You don't lose the home.
Yeah, it's true. And it's not in the form of credit in a sense. It's a policy.
It's a policy.
So we wouldn't the way we look at stuff like that is like, because sometimes people ask, oh, can I fold it into my mortgage? We're like, no, the two have to be separate. So it's better for you to do that after you close, just in case it turns into a debt to income ratio concern or anything like that. But it's true. It's being able to keep yourself protected, because it's true. When someone loses their loved one, who's a 50% owner in the property, that income that they contributed goes away, whether it's fixed, pension, if you're not, like if you're the second wife and you're not the first wife, you're the trophy and they didn't do their paperwork properly, all those things can come up, and then you realize, oh, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I try to make sure that all my customers understand, my buyers, once they purchase, that they look into the
protecting themselves.
Mortgage protection insurance.
It's very, very important. Extremely, extremely important. It's a make you or break you type of thing, because you don't know what can happen tomorrow.
Yeah, because it's funny, because I always talk about, with my customers, I always talk about resale before they even purchased. So it's kind of like, you don't want to talk about, okay, well, what if you die tomorrow? What's going to happen with your property? And but you do have to have these very real conversations. Because at the end of the day, it's not like, all these, skipping through the fields with daisies and being happy. You have to think about the realness.
You have to.
And the things that can happen.
Yes.
We're keeping reserves. so that this way you have money set aside for the
Mhm.
unexpecteds.
Yes.
This is one of them.
Absolutely. I believe every single realtor and even loan officer, if they are educated about that, you talk to the client, of course, you get them qualified and everything. But after you close, say, hey, Susie, listen, congrats. The key, you have the key, blah, blah, blah. We're setting up the party for you,
Party,
blah, blah,
yeah.
blah. By the way,
There's an appointment.
Yeah.
Mortgage protection.
you got to get a mortgage protection.
And also, you said you spoke to Joe
Mhm.
at La Rosa Realty. So then
Mhm.
it's good, then you have your follow up. I think you wanted to introduce her to a couple of other people at La
Yeah.
Rosa, which I think is important because, there's lots of opportunity to educate. What I spend a
Yes.
lot of time doing as a mortgage loan officer,
Educate.
who's also a licensed real estate broker, but I originate. That's my focus.
Mhm.
But I educate my realtors and I speak to them and I meet them where they are, so that this way they can understand, because it can be very technical and very boring when it's, oh, we have this loan product and this is a DTI and this is the guidelines and this is the matrix. It's like people like, oh my gosh, I don't know what you're saying.
No,
It's
they need to
all,
have real life
it
scenarios.
don't make no sense.
Mhm.
But if I can meet you where you are and I can explain it in a way that's not dumbing it down,
Right.
but it's making it, it's being respectful and saying, okay, let me speak your language, so that
Mhm.
this way what this is and how it can benefit you and ultimately
Mhm.
your customers.
Yes.
So La Rosa does a really good job of that, and we at Lighthouse Mortgage Solutions with our education, especially for the agents and the realtors, because at the end of the day, a more knowledgeable realtor is better for the company, but also better for the customers.
Yeah.
And also it empowers them. They feel confident going out, and they might be talking to somebody and they're like, oh, I just spoke to Shirley about something in a class that she taught and I'm remembering it and I'm conveying it.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, well, I
Yeah.
do remember
Yep.
things.
That's right.
I
Yeah.
can help somebody with something I didn't know 5 minutes ago, but now I know in 2 minutes now. So, and that's important. So I think being able to share that knowledge and what you do is with
Absolutely.
mortgage protection, I think it's great.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, with that being said, I just want to say, I mean, that was such a great episode. Before we go, I want to give you the opportunity to say someone is watching this and they want to reach out to you. How do they contact you?
Well, you can email me at Felix, Felix, at Lighthouse MTG, M as in Mary, T as in Tom, G as in Gary, for mortgage.com. Or you can, do I give out my cell phone number to all these people?
Absolutely.
It's a public knowledge, 917-620-1028. So you can reach me on my cell. You can text me. You can email me. Send some smoke signals. You can reach out to Shirley and say, hey, that Felix guy can give me his number. She'll give it to you.
Number.
I give her authority. Or James, same thing.
Right.
But yeah, you can reach out to me, and I'm always, even on WhatsApp, because at the end of the day, I get tons of questions. They don't always have to lead to something, because eventually it will. So I'm just like, listen, sharing the knowledge. That's why I became a loan officer.
That's right.
Because it's about, now I'm
Educating.
considered an expert, so not toot my own horn, toot. But being able to share what I know, is super important.
Yes, absolutely.
And having great friends like this one here.
Hey, that's what we're here for.
Fist bump and all that stuff.
Velcro.
Velcro, right?
That's what you said. We stuck.
We stuck. Like, you can't get rid of me.
Like peanut butter and jelly.
And how about you, Shirley?
How do you get a hold of me?
So she got a lot.
Right?
She got
How could you
emails.
not? I'm everywhere.
Emails, she got numbers. How many phones you got in that bag?
Just one.
7.
Thank you. I'm with James on that one.
Right?
Yes. You can reach me. I'm real estate Shirley C at gmail.com. Real estate Shirley C at gmail.com. There's a real estate Shirley that calls me all the time and say, can you please make sure they understand? That is real estate Shirley C at gmail.com. I also am with La Rosa Realty, real estate. My service is Shirley Chisholm Campbell, PA. I'm a real estate and business developer powered by La Rosa Realty.
Oh.
So you can always reach me via cell at 407-535-9476. That's 407-535-9476.
Amen to that. And you heard it. Well, as you know, our goal is to always bring you value. I hope this beautiful conversation with you. Wouldn't you say that was a fun
I
conversation?
had a good time. I really
It was a
did.
fun
good.
conversation.
I
We
I just
learned.
came in stressed earlier, and I was like, "Girl, we just need to just see." We look,
Look
Look,
at that.
look,
Look
we
at
stuck. We stuck. We handcuffed. They handcuffed us up in here. She ain't let me go.
Look at that.
Ouch! Ouch!
We need to
ouch.
zoom in on this. We're having
That
way
was-
too much
that
fun
was
here.
good. That was good.
That was a very fun episode. I laughed, you learned, you got educated.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of great stories that were shared, great information. So if you are in the home buying process, you know exactly who to call. And we're gonna make sure we put the phone number, your information right
Yeah.
below so they can see as well. Once again, our goal is to always bring you value. I hope you see this was valuable for you and your family. So may God bless you. May God bless your family. And may God bless this beautiful country we call America. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Yes.